Connecting. Connected. I'm connected. I think I'm connected. I just got disconnected. My internet. Check your internet connection and try again. Probably not. I'm trying. The server's probably full though. Why did I get this? I literally just started streaming and then I immediately get disconnected. So if I can't join, then that's going to be a problem. I'm trying. Well, I think I'm in. Am I in? I'm in. Um, yeah. Okay, I think I'm in. Okay, I'm in. Okay, I'm in. Yeah. Hold on, I'm on my way. I hope I don't get disconnected again. The disconnect? No, I'm fine. I don't know why I got disconnected. That's weird. Hold on, I'm trying to get in. I'm here. Yo, come to the thing so we can sit down. Cosmo, where are you? Yo, is my stream working? I should probably check. The server is probably full. Oh, that's a W mic quality. That's a nice mic quality. Good job, OBS. It sounds like I'm talking to a fucking microwave. What the fuck? Oh no.
Please use my default OBS. Okay, is it fixed? Tell me if it fixes itself. Watch the stream and tell me if it fixes itself. Okay, hold on. I told OBS to use the other mic. Is it good now? Is it fixed? Okay, good.
Yep, it's good.
Yo, where are you?
Why is Bootrin in the chat? Bro.
Because, yo.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, good.
Why do I sound like I'm on a little cam recorder?
Yo. Okay. I haven't streamed in like forever. I'm not used to this.
Zach, come and write your name on the board.
Where are you?
I'm at the name.
Han. I'm trying to get there. Where am I even going? Oh, over here. Okay. I love my frame rate. My frame rate is so good.
Come to the board. Come to the whiteboard. It's in the winter field.
Oh, I see. How do I? Okay, there we go. I did.
No, put it next to mine.
Put it next to yours.
Wait, put it next to version. There.
Yeah, there we go.
Just we clip into the magnitude hole.
No, no, I'm not doing bugs. I don't do that.
Loser, you don't have a lightsaber.
God, you're on stream. I wouldn't do that.
It's a joke. Chill. You don't have a lightsaber. Where did you go?
Wait, oh, I was gonna go back to where.
What's your favorite one so far?
I don't know. My frames is so good right now.
I think this is Cobalt Science. Oh yeah, this is Cobalt Science.
It literally says Cobalt Science right there, bro.
Where?
Up here.
Am I just stupid?
Yeah.
Where?
Up here! On the sign.
Where?
On the sign. Turn down your graphics.
Maybe if it wasn't so bright, I could see that.
I need to play this game at low quality because my... Uh-oh. Hold on, let's get too low.
I'm even joking. If you turn it all the way up, it's just not there.
Is this
Ugh.
Quantum Science?
Project Sunrise? What the?
It's gonna start soon, isn't it? What time does it start again? Is it 1?
Huh? What?
When does it start? Is it 1 p.m.?
Yeah.
Blue, if you're still in the chat, I made you a moderator. That's why your chat is blue.
What? No clue what you said. We got it.
Yeah, is my stream working?
Oh no. Oh no. YouTube, please!
Let's
YouTube!
go to the-
YouTube!
Oh, that's a W mic.
YouTube! Okay.
Oh, nice mic quality. What did I just hear?
That was YouTube was not cooperating.
Yo, where are you? Hey, look, we're going to the camera.
Where are you? Why do you keep leaving?
Come over here.
Oh,
Literally jump.
the mic is the camera is over here.
Yeah. Oh, whoa, this is cool.
I love my frames. Yo.
Wait, no.
Where are you? Where? Bro, I keep losing you. How far did you go? Oh, you're in here, aren't you? Yeah, okay.
It's the pizza machine.
Yo,
I think it is. Oh,
pineapple.
machine.
Skipping about
What the heck?
What the f- It blew up, chat.
Was that there before?
Can we get out of this area? My frame rate is like at 8 right now.
Okay. How in the world did you get up there?
Oh no, my counter is stuck at 8, but it's still really... No, it's not. Never mind.
Hey, look at the camera real quick.
The camera, I'm not even on... I'm monitoring my stream on a different... What the fuck? What the fuck?
Help me.
Are you good? Hey, it's starting soon, in like 10 minutes, I think. Right?
What is this? Holy beams.
Where are you?
Do you think this game uses beams?
I don't even know where you are.
The big beams. Going to where everybody got these.
Found you. Jeez.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Did you see this?
Yeah.
Are we all saints?
What emote are you even using?
Wait, how do I do it? Are they using sun? Yeah, they're using sunray. Wait, how do they get there so big like that? Why are mine so small?
I don't know.
How do you get the big ones?
I don't know.
Oh,
From
wow.
over here? Over here!
Where? Where?
I'm jumping! This is doing wonders for my FPS.
There we go. Oh shit, wait, we need to go grab a seat.
Yeah.
Let's like clip into here.
No!
Oh, let's do that.
Where are you? You wanna grab a seat? No! You're gonna get banned. Do not. Tank. Get over here.
Hey, do you see anything?
Yeah. getting 12 FPS according to NVIDIA.
Good job.
I don't even trust that reading because it feels like more than. Never mind. It feels way more than 12, but okay. Not good, but still. Okay. I see Aiden up there.
Where do you see Aiden?
He's up behind us on like a couple rows above us.
Is it by him? Come up.
Too late.
It starts in 6 or 7 minutes. Six, seven.
Opening ceremony.
Can I mute the music?
Yeah, there's a mute button at the top.
Oh, it works. Okay. I know everybody has their frequency. Oh.
What did you do?
Something fell.
We're about to start the opening ceremony in about 5 minutes. If you can just make your way over to the origin stage in the middle of the map. Thank you very much.
Yo.
I don't hear anything on this thing.
Everybody's making their way over here now.
I think it's right into. I wonder if they're just gonna I told you so. I told you so. AFK.
What? Someone, is that an actual verification checkmark in here?
What? Dude, I cannot hear you.
Is someone actually verified in this server? I see someone with a checkmark. Is that fake?
What?
Is that a fake verification checkmark?
What the hell has a check mark? Oh, no, that's not fake. I know them. They created Industrialist.
Oh, peak.
Industrialist is the best game ever.
I don't think you can fake a verification checkmark.
Can't you buy them, though?
Maybe. I think isn't that Twitter? Isn't that Twitter that you can buy them from?
Yeah, it's Twitter.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Okay, it's starting.
Should we join in on the Discord?
I'm on the Discord already.
What, be on the Constellation? Ew!
Hey, there's someone over there. I can barely see them.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Astral Central 2025 Constellation. It has been a long year of hard work, diligent planning, and community collaboration, but we're finally here to end off the year with our longest celebration yet. For those of you who are unaware, I'm Astra X2, the founder of Astral Industries and your host for our show this weekend. This is our 5th in-game Astral Central, and what a milestone that is. Throughout the last 5 years, we've hosted almost 150 showcase booths, put on 3 award shows, and made memories to last a lifetime. And we're just getting started. Now, before we get going, I'd like to make a quick personal note. Several of our staff members, including myself, have been pretty under the weather over the last few weeks. Because of this, we kindly ask for your patience this weekend as our voices may not be in peak condition. This year's schedule is our most ambitious yet, so let's do a quick rundown about what you can expect this weekend. Today is day 1. After this opening ceremony concludes, here's the list of the remainder of today's presentations. To kick things off in the Magnitude Hall, I'm Sky C will host the Bunker Bravo interactive keynote. Following that, I'll take to the stage to present a development showcase for Astral's next-gen sci-fi project, Galileo Research Complex. Following this, our event staff leads, Lena, will present a special keynote about some of the technical work that made this event possible. Getting back to community presentations, I'm Brightly will then host a keynote for his group, Trident Enterprises. And then lastly, for day 1, is Nano Quantum Tech owner's Ichetsky's presentation titled Starting a Group and How Not to Explode. This will go over some of the often overlooked challenges of running a development team and how you can overcome them. Day 2 will kick off tomorrow, the same time as today, and will feature its own list of presentations. To begin, several members from the Astral Development and Polaris Media staff teams will take the stage for our annual staff Q&A. You can ask any burning questions about all of our content. Following the staff Q&A is a special event presented by Astral's very own Stellaria Aerospace Institute. I'm happy to announce that we've done a thorough sweep of the event venue beforehand, so there shouldn't be any issues compared to last year. The team at SAI has been working incredibly hard, and let me tell you, you're going to be starstruck. And to finish off day 2, Pio the developer and the Solaris development team will present their keynote titled Solaris Development What's Next. Excuse me. That's not the last presentation of day 2. Following that will be our final community keynote of the year, the Thermal Plant keynote, hosted by Innovation Thermal Power Plant Site Director Anime Rice Farmer and several of their teammates. You can expect quite a lot from this outstanding team. Lastly, to end off this year's celebration, we'll be hosting the 2025 Resonance Awards live from the Magnitude Hall stage. Tune in for an expanded awards roster, content reveals, interviews, and so much more. Now, before we get started with some interviews, let's quickly go over the theming and design behind this year's Astral Central. Our theme this year is Constellation. which is a connected diagram of stars in the night sky. We interpreted this as showing the power of community, as demonstrated by this year's guiding quote. Alone, each star in the night sky is just a dot. Together, they form brilliant patterns which unite communities and inspire wonder. How do you celebrate community in your worlds, creating a shining constellation of your own? Astral Central is more than just a convention. We define it as a celebration of community. Just how Refraction focused on inspiration and how Panorama focused on diversity, this year's event focuses on community and interconnectivity. Magic happens when people and groups work together, and an event like this is just the perfect demonstration. Now, as with any of our opening ceremonies, it's time to kick off the show with some community interviews. We've got leaders from groups big and small here today to come and share their knowledge with us. Our first interviewee hails from the Zeronex Corporation, a group which is now attending their third Astral Central event. Without further ado, please welcome Dominus Loading, the founder of Zeronex Corporation, to the stage. Any minute now. And if you could just request to speak on the main stage. I'd accept the speak in by Dominus.
Yeah, sorry, I just had a few technical problems. Internet wasn't together. So yeah, welcome. Okay, I think my Roblox connection just shut down, so I guess I'm just doing this without my Roblox avatar. So yeah,
sure, let's do this.
So yeah, thank you for this today Astro Central. And yeah, my name is Dominus Loading. I'm the founder and CEO of Zeronex, and this is of course our third year in a row, with this time with a new abode that is featuring a lot of things. One of them is of course our newest project, which is a remake of our first facility, Zeronex Research Laboratories, short ZRL. And yeah, this is a very special event because this time I'm actually teasing the release of the game, because I've been working on this since 2022, and due to real life things I've been very busy and a lot off from Roblox, and yeah, so this of course means a lot to me. And with that, I have a very great announcement. I want to say that on January 3rd, 2026, Zeronex will release the initial alpha showcase release of ZRL Reimagined.
Sounds very exciting. Now,
yeah, it's a very exciting game. Basically a hydroelectric power plant with research facility and everything. So far, it's not a facility itself shown, only the surface, but you can see what I've been working on in the past years, and I hope you will enjoy it.
All right, and so just to ask you a few different questions, what made Zeronex want to attend Astral Central 2025?
Well, I just don't want to give up, because I've been working on this group for many years, and because of my real life and also my duties in Quantum, I've been very busy, and I never really got the opportunity to actually reboot this group. It was very close on actually booting, but then it kind of faded away, and I just want to try it one more time. No guarantee that it will work, but I hope we will have some great time, and maybe even release a bit more in future.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you for sharing all this information with us. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your time here at Astral Central 2025. Thank you for joining
Yeah,
us.
thank you, Astra.
All right. Our next guest represents one of the largest groups attending, and I'm sure it's one you're all quite familiar with. Without further ado, please welcome the lead representative for Quantum Science, Speedy Dev, to the stage.
Hello.
Hello. So, let's go ahead and get right into it. So, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Speedy. I've been developing for close to 7 years, but I only really started getting into it about 5 years ago. And I am the lead developer at Quantum Science.
All right, so let's go ahead and get into our questions. So, first, what made Quantum want to attend AC25?
Well, we love seeing a good chunk of the sci-fi community together at this huge event. We wouldn't want to miss it. The amount of effort put into all of this is absolutely incredible. It also gives us a chance to show us some of what we've worked on this year, since a lot happens behind closed doors at Quantum. And if you visited the QS booth, you can see some new SNL highlights of the DMR2, which we've worked very hard on in recent months. We're not fully ready to show off the model yet, but you will be able to get an idea of what we're going for in terms of detail and styling for all the DMR systems in Sitka National Laboratories.
Yeah, it's looking incredible based on the snippets that we've seen in your booth. Now, what can we expect in the near future from Quantum?
I'd like to think we can release what we're now calling the maintenance update for QSurf early next year, hopefully, which includes long-awaited maintenance tasks, multiple area remakes, and a pretty big code-base refactor, one that you probably won't be able to notice the difference with initially, but it should hopefully make it easier for us to work on QSurf going forward, which will be very, very important when we start releasing smaller updates as we prepare to go full steam ahead with SNL.
All right. And then to finish things off, what has Quantum been up to this year?
Well, like I've mentioned, we've got some SNL highlights in our booth, along with some new lore pertaining to SNL. But a lot of our focus this year has been split between QSurf and SNL. Both projects have progressed massively, in particular SNL, which received more work this year than any other year prior. We're working hard to make it the game that was promised all those years ago, and hopefully with that in mind, it'll be worth the very long wait. I'd also like to think we could shoot for early testing next year, but it all depends on the schedules of developers and leadership, as it's been kind of a mess this year with our schedules changing constantly and just Roblox updates and many other factors. But yeah, that's what we've been up to this year.
Yeah, I would imagine as such. It seems like you all have done some incredible work so far this year, and we cannot thank you enough for joining us. That
Thank
is
you.
all I have for you today, so you can go ahead and head backstage. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Moving on, our third set of interviewees comes from a first-time event insider, one that has made quite an impact on our quarter of the community. So, without further ado, please welcome Spirited Mohave and TML to the stage.
Hello.
Morning,
Hello.
everyone.
So, why don't you two introduce yourselves?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Spirited Mohave. I am the current Chief Executive Officer of the Lumenflame Corporation.
And I'm TML, also known as SOG, and I am the newly promoted Chief Operating Officer of Lumenflame and the Development Coordinator of LELD.
All right, so what is the Lumenflame Corporation for those who may not know of you?
The Lumenflame Corporation is a company based in Northfield, Iowa, currently operating a expanded facility that is, well, located in Northfield, that currently holds the laser capsule reactor.
All right. And so, what can we expect to see Lumen Flame doing next?
Mohab?
Oh, okay. So we are currently working on our first update, which is a major refurbishment of a bunch of areas that really didn't get much attention, as well as more controls for the LCR that were intended but didn't really make it to full release. Maybe next year we will probably get a playtest in for the public, so keep an eye out on that.
All right.
Yeah.
And oh, go ahead.
We also have gotten a bunch of other things. A lot of areas have gotten a lot more detailed. We're working on a expanded version of the cavern. We've got Intel doing our UI redesign completely, and so much more. It's going to be a very much a big update to improve the quality of the game.
That all sounds great. And so, is there anything else you would like to say while you're up here on stage?
One thing I do want to say is be on the lookout because there is a creations channel in this server. I'm going to post something there that is related to the newest update. So keep your eyes on that.
Stoggy Cat rules.
All right. Well, in that case, thank you for joining us here on stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and move on to our fourth interview. So, our fourth interview comes from the leaders of one of the groups that is actually presenting a keynote later on. And that group is Trident Enterprises. So please welcome I'm Brightly to the stage.
Hi, Astra. Thank you for having me.
No worries, Brightly. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
All right, let's get into this. So, what's a quick little history of Trident for those who may not be as familiar with the group as you?
Well, to begin, Trident was founded in 2017, actually without me. It was founded by Winsify, and I only joined in 2019, back when Trident and Blacksite were completely separate. So Blacksite itself began on the 29th of April, 2020, and it was the first game I ever made. And it started as a personal project that quickly got bigger than I expected, honestly. And Trident, meanwhile, had its own roots. Trident and Blacksite were separate at the time, and Trident was basically another core game community in that classic chaotic area. Basically corroded metal everywhere, unanchored, everything as the meltdown happened and the server either kicked you or, players crashed from the entire game falling apart. Then in 2020, Winsify joined me to help script Blacksite, and then from that point, it kind of spiraled. Blacksite grew fast, and Trident became more of a background idea, and it just started collecting dust, honestly. So we actually handed the Trident group to a friend of ours because we didn't feel like we'd push Trident any further, especially with the work that we were putting on Blacksite. But by 2023, we kind of hit a turning point. Our idea for Blacksite, it kind of needs to grow beyond being a fan game under someone else's banner. It felt kind of restrictive, not because we didn't respect innovation that we were previously on, but because we wanted full creative freedom and a clearer identity that was ours.
Yeah, and I mean, do you want to touch a bit more on that specific split into the Trident branding?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, innovation is a huge community and one we've grown up with, both of us, and we love it still to this day. However, it wasn't founded by us, and originally Blacksite existed under that umbrella as a fan game. And we do still have a lot of respect for innovation because, I mean, like I said, we grew up with their core games, and we both believe that they're generally one of the communities that really founded and shaped the core genre on Roblox. But like I said, yeah, in 2023, we felt Blacksite had outgrown being a fan project, and it felt restrictive in terms of identity and creative freedom. So we just chose to become our own thing. So we got to thinking, and we remembered that we still had the opportunity to get Trident into the mix. And it was basically the perfect fit. I mean, it was rooted in a core genre. We already had like a core genre idea going, and it was ours. So we bought the group back from that friend that we gave it to, and since then we've been converting everything over basically. And with Deeper Depths, the upcoming update, that conversion is finally complete. Brand, lore, and gameplay direction.
All right. And do you have any teasers for your keynote later?
Yeah, actually, two things. First, I just want to say Deeper Depths isn't just more caves. It's a huge shift in what Blacksite, and importantly, I hope the core genre can be. It's a lot different gameplay, mechanics, mostly stronger foundation, and a much bigger sense of progression. And second, we're showing something that you haven't seen publicly before. And the end is the part you really don't want to miss. So if you do care about where Blacksite is headed, where Blacksite will soon be there for the keynote.
All right. Well, that's all I have for you today, Brightly. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Harry, for having me.
All right. Now, it's time for our final interview of this year's opening ceremony. This comes from the creator of 2 different showcase booths this year and is actually a nominee for Rising Star Creator. Please welcome Intel XYZ, the founder of Intergomic Atomic Corporation.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. So, for those who may not be as familiar with you, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
I'm Intel. I've been in the sci-fi community for quite a while, and I've been developing on Roblox Studio for a little over 3 years now. I originally started sci-fi development on this game called Obby Creator, and that has been, well, hell, but it's taught me optimization and a whole bunch of other things, so yeah.
All right. So, what are some of the different projects that you've contributed to?
Great question. Currently I'm working on the Lumen Flames LNAFC project to make Lumencast a flexible and consistent suite of upgraded UI elements for the game. And additionally, I'm working on Riverton Research Laboratories by Monolith Interactive to also work on UI there as well. I'm not limited to RL, mind you, so expect the best from Monolith in the coming months as well. I also do work for myself, obviously, as like a minute or two ago, you heard that I am the founder of Intergomic Atomic Corporation. So I am working to build and do visual effects and, of course, as you heard, user interface elements for Intergomic's nuclear power station and Vancouver Generation Station. Actually, hang on. While I'm talking about Intergomic, I've heard complaints about the Shell computer's hardware glitching out sometimes. I have no idea why this is happening, but I'm sure it's just Loosewire. So
yeah, we've seen some pretty wacky signal interference today. There's something in the air. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
All right. And so for our last question, how is your experience as a smaller creator here at Astral Central?
Being a small creator at Astral Central is honestly amazing. Like, it's one of the most positive development experiences that I have so far. Like, I've met tons of great people over here, and quite frankly, I'm very grateful for the community you guys over here. I've increased my developer skills and gotten better over time, which led me to be nominated in a few categories. In summary, good feedback equal to good outcomes.
Yeah, I always find it really exciting and heartwarming to see how the power of community can really help to bring people together, lift everyone up, and it's such an honor to be able to host such a wonderful, just massive collaborative event like this. And I'm glad to see that it has helped, our community has helped people. So,
yeah.
Do you have any further notes for us?
Not really, other than check out the booths I made. They're really cool. And have a happy Astral Central.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us.
No problem.
All right. So with that, that officially completes our interview roster for today. Thank you for joining us for this year's opening ceremony. You can continue exploring the Magnitude Hall. You can continue exploring the showcase galleries, but the Magnitude Hall will be open directly after this presentation ends. I would advise you to head over there so you can get seated for the rest of our amazing schedule today. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you for the next parts of our presentation. Our next presentation will be the Bunker Bravo Interactive Keynote hosted by I'm Sky C at 2:45 p.m. in the Magnitude Hall. See you then!
The Bunker Bravo interactive keynote will begin shortly. We hope you enjoy the show.
My ears. My damn eardrums. What the hell?
Work to troubleshoot the issues. Thank you.
What the fuck? Oh, not again! Sorry. How is this an issue?
All right, we're trying to find a source. Just give us a few minutes
What
here.
does that even happen?
We kindly ask you to be patient as we work to troubleshoot the issues.
Okay, we are
Thank you.
we are going to push back the BBI keynote until 3 p.m. EST
Due to unforeseen
by 15 minutes.
events,
So
we have made
we're
the
going to try to resolve this.
tonight's presentation.
This happened yesterday. We couldn't find the issue, so just please wait.
Industries community server for more
dying, bro. What the
regarding the latest
Metal. Metal clip now. Metal!
Please hold everyone.
I'm recording. It doesn't matter. The chat is killing me. How does that happen? Metal, clip that. It only works when I don't want it to. I swear.
What Stop it. Get some help.
Okay. Hello everyone. As you are aware, there has been some unforeseen problems with this year's event. We are unsure of the cause, however, we are currently in the process of rectifying the issue. For the time being, we recommend that you mute your audio, and we will notify you when the issue is resolved.
What is even happening?
If you have any further questions, please direct them to us, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yo, what? Help! I'm pinned down! What is happening? What the hell? Hold on, I need to check announcements.
For any users that are not in the host server, can you confirm or deny that you are also hearing these audio issues?
Okay, so it's just a host server. Okay, if you are not in the host server, you do not need to mute your audio. If you are in the host server, which is the official private server, please mute your audio. Otherwise, if you're not on the host server, just stand by.
We're doing everything we can to rectify this as soon as possible. So just hold on for a sec.
Once again, we apologize for the delay. Of course, nobody could have seen this coming, so.
That's just self-centered and racist.
Once more, for those of you that did not hear, there is currently an unknown technical difficulty that is allowing external actors to play unauthorized audio within the event center. Only in the host server. All users that are within satellite servers will not be affected.
Let's go. We don't have to deal with Austin in this.
If you are
He's in this.
within said satellite servers, you are not required to mute
Yeah,
your
we don't
audio.
have to deal with them anymore.
However, for those of you who are on the host server and do not wish to have your ears bombarded, please remain with your audio muted for the time being until we are able to rectify the issue. Thank you. Please direct any further questions to any of us.
Once again, we're apologizing for the unforeseen delay of the Bunker Bravo interactive keynote.
Please remain focused on the Astral Events channel.
for further updates on the situation.
Hell.
Alright, I am seeing more people joining in, so once again I will repeat. We have experienced an unknown technical difficulty, likely resulting in unauthorized users being allowed to play audio. However, this only affects the host server and not any satellite servers, and we apologize for the inconvenience. We should
I'll
have
take
a
it here,
solution.
Mocha.
Thank you.
Just confirming, we are going to continue on schedule at 3 p.m. We apologize for the 15-minute delay, but there should not be any more issues. We will be beginning shortly.
Thank you all for your patience. Have a very good rest of day 1 of Astral Central.
We'll be beginning shortly.
The Bunker Bravo interactive keynote will begin shortly. We hope you enjoy the show. And now, please welcome to the stage Ms. Jenna Marseille, Chief Executive Officer of Bunker Bravo Interactive.
Good evening, Astral Central, and happy holidays. My name is Jenna, and I'm the CEO here at Bunker Bravo Interactive. For those of you guys out there not in the know, you're probably wondering, who the heck are these guys? Bunker Bravo Interactive is a Roblox-centered software publishing studio at the forefront of breakthrough technologies on the Roblox platform. We develop tools you've likely seen, such as Guardsman. We take great pride in developing some of the best-in-class software suites to aid anywhere between community management to game development. What sets Bunker Bravo aside from all other software publishers out there is the amount of control we provide you, the developer or contracted studio. All of our in-house developers retain 100% of the rights to their creations, because we believe that if you make something, you should own it. It's as simple as that. We're here as a middleman to help promote these tools, as well as support the entire development process. Unfortunately, we have to start our presentation with some bad news. As of December 29th, after Astral Central 2025, Bunker Bravo Interactive will be closing down its games development branch and will no longer be making a booth for Astral Central. However, we will still continue presenting here at the keynote what we've been up to throughout the year. In our commitment to our partners, they will all be released from their contracts, no strings attached. Thank you all Thank you all so much for supporting our games over the years. If you'd like to find something more like BBI, check out the Cobalt Cafe, brought to you by the Nuclear Engineering Corporation in the original Nico Discord. With that said, I'm sure a lot of you are wondering, what's next for BBI? Well, I'm happy to say that BBI's software sector, Bunker Bravo Softworks, will be continuing our production of Guardsman, as well as some exciting new game development tools. Bunker Bravo Softworks is an idea I've had in the works for quite a long time. We're looking to take all the best aspects of Bunker Bravo Interactive and condensing them into a world-class software engineering powerhouse. Bunker Bravo Softworks is home to already existing projects, such as Guardsman and the 273 Interactive Absolute Zero Development Suite. In 2026, we're looking to completely overhaul our philosophy in building a software company on the forefront of innovation. I can't reveal too much yet, but there's a lot to be excited about for BBI in the near future. We're looking to spin up some ambitious projects in the coming year, such as brand new user interface and user experience departments for development and design of those fields across our apps. Speaking of which, this is our formal announcement that we will be searching for new talent in the genre to join our family of designers and programmers. In our Bunker Bravo Interactive Discord, we'll soon be posting new positions for software engineering interns, as well as user interface and user experience design team members. If you're interested in being a part of the next generation of the most talented developers on the platform, be sure to join our Discord through the link in the Astral Affiliates channel. That being said, I think this is a perfect pivot into our headline topic for tonight. For those of you not in the know, let me introduce you to Bunker Bravo Softworks' flagship product, Guardsman. Guardsman is an administrative suite for the modern day. We combine all of what you love about other systems into one single platform for communities and community managers. Guardsman is many things, such as an expansive command suite. Guardsman in-game is a powerful administrative system with over 100 built-in commands. Our system also allows custom commands and punishment types to be integrated with ease, without modifying the source code of the system itself, so you can continue to receive updates automatically from the Guardsman team, but modify the system however you'd like. It is also a powerful Discord community management tool. Guardsman Discord has features such as verification and moderation tools. You can keep track of members of your guilds with the added peace of mind of Guardsman identity verification. And finally, my favorite part of the system, a clean and performant web ecosystem. Now, with that last claim, you may be thinking to yourself, clean, performant, that doesn't sound like the Guardsman I know. We know that Guardsman V2's web system is not perfect. Over the past
We're
year...
gonna have to hold.
Oh?
The video for the upcoming... Never mind, he says continue. Go on.
Okay, there we go. I will back it up. Now, with that last claim, you may be thinking to yourself, clean, performant, that doesn't sound like the Guardsman I know. We know that Guardsman V2's web system is not perfect. Over the past year of its operation, we've continued to roll out fixes and improvements that make your experience better. This year, however, we decided to go big. Please allow me to show you just what we've been up to this year. We are so excited to be revealing this incredible milestone in Guardsman's development, especially with our new backer features. These features will be available to our Ko-Fi subscribers upon V3's release. And side note, off script here, I'm really excited to be showing you guys stuff, especially like the Trello integration. It's going to let you guys migrate everything from your current Trello boards over to Guardsman, and you can apply Guardsman supporter benefits to up to 3 groups. So you guys can pick up right where you left off. We all know that Trello has been a bit of a sore spot when it comes to group management, and we're really excited to be bringing this new feature to you guys. But that's enough rambling from me about that. I'll save more for the Q&A. And with that, we've reached the end of our keynote. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for attending this event and coming to see the greatest sci-fi expo in the history of the Roblox platform. Please give a warm round of applause to the Polaris Media team for putting on this amazing show, and leave a donation if you can. They poured their hearts into making this special and deserve every bit of it. But we're not going anywhere quite yet. For the next 15 minutes, we will be doing a live Q&A in the Astral Industries official Discord server. Join in, ask a question if you have any, and we'll read them off live here on stage. We're Bunker Bravo Interactive, and thank you so much for listening. Oh my gosh. That is a lot of donation. Holy crap. Was that 100,000 just from Kian? That's wild. Where's the Q&A channel? I cannot find it. Can a staff ping me in the Q&A channel? Oh, AC25 Q&As? There we go. Okay. Are there any other admin suites that are like Guardsman? Of course, yeah. There's a lot of different admin suites like Guardsman, but mostly that are single platform. We take a lot of inspiration and have gotten a lot of advice from big players in the field, like Adonis, for example, who are already existing admin systems that have tried something like Guardsman in the past, and we're just trying to really capitalize on that idea. What inspired you to make Guardsman? So Guardsman is a system that I've actually been developing the concept of for the past 5, coming up on 6 years now. Guardsman has had many iterations. A lot of my friends here will know from like the 2020 era, the old iterations of Guardsman. The original versions that have only some basic moderation features and stuff, but it's evolved over the last 5 years into this current concept. will any high-profile sci-fi groups like Quantum get this, or do we have to wait? So Quantum is going to be part of our beta testing group of these features, but shortly after, we're hoping in 2026, we're going to have all of these features that we have showcased here available to the public. Now, the new features, like I mentioned, are going to be to our Ko-Fi subscribers. So it's $5 a month for the backer tier to get you that, and that gets you Kanban and the ticket bot, I believe. I had to double check that. And when you purchase a subscription on Ko-Fi, it'll allow you to apply that benefit to up to 3 groups. And then as you go up the tiers, you can apply it to more and more groups. Because we don't want people to be stuck with just one group on Guardsman that has the benefits. So for example, multi-Guardsman group communities can still get the benefits of one person's subscription. What are BBI's plans for the future? BBI is going to go all in on the software side. So we're going to be 100% focused on software and game development and game development assets like back-end like scripting assets and such. That's going to be our main. Excuse me. That's going to be our main focus now. How easy is it to use Guardsman if you're a small-scale community? So Guardsman v3 is going to make adding Guardsman a lot easier to your communities. Currently in Guardsman v2, you can have a fully functional Guardsman setup within 10 minutes of making your account on the website. That's our benchmark. Is the project open source? If so, how easy is it to implement? The project is not currently open source. And the reason we've chosen not to open source that is we've had problems with people in the past having copied our code and then removing our credits. We're looking to open source V2 upon the release of V3. And I think that's the cycle that we're going to continue until we feel comfortable enough to open source V3. We don't like keeping it closed sourced. Trust me, I don't like keeping it closed source. But it's just kind of what we have to do in order to make sure that, we don't have our stuff stolen and then passed off by someone else. How expensive are the Guardsman tiers? What benefits do each give? Yeah, so on our Ko-Fi page, let me pull it up real quick. On our Ko-Fi page, there are 3 different tiers. Supporter, which is $3 a month, which gets you priority support, access to the supporter-only category in the Guardsman development server, and then early access to Guardsman v3, as well as a permanent early supporter badge on your Guardsman profile. Backer tier grants you the same stuff, but it'll also grant you access to the Kanban app, as well as the Ticket Bot app, I believe. And then the Backer Plus tier, which is $10 a month, will get you all of that plus the remote config. The remote config option. If some groups are interested in what you've presented, what are your thoughts on doing a 1-month trial for Guardsman? Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to be reaching out to some of the groups that are present here at this event on if they'd like to trial Guardsman v3 once we're at a point where we have at least like a release candidate ready to go. So yes, we will be reaching out to some of the groups here to see if they'd like to trial Guardsman v3. Why is Bunker Bravo about to make a grand departure from the Roblox platform? We're not making a departure from the Roblox platform entirely. It is only a departure from making games. So we had certain games in the works, like our Bunker Bravo originals, that were in the works for a long time that never really saw much development activity as of recent. So we decided that in order to be able to streamline our process and focus entirely on the side that has demonstrated to work, we're going to be fully pushing our software. Does Guardsman work as a Discord standalone? Sort of. You do have to create a Guardsman group on the website and then invite the bot through there. However, you do not have to tie a Roblox group to a Guardsman group. That is optional. What can we expect about Nemesis for 2026? That's a good one. So Nemesis is our in-progress anti-exploit system that we have seen great success with in Quantum and Light Incorporated games. Nemesis is going to be a server and client-sided anti-exploit, and we've already seen it catch. I can't give an exact number, but we've already seen it catch thousands of exploiters in the past. I forget how long we've had it running. I think we've had it running for a few months, but we've already seen it catch a lot of exploiters, and we're really confident with our new. We actually recently hired a new developer to help us out with the development of Nemesis, and we're really confident that we're going to get it to a point soon where we should be able to have it out and like released next year to the public. How did you find the idea of making Guardsmen? What were your inspirations? Ooh, that's a good one. So I don't know how many of you would remember it. Who here remembers the name AXD from Quantum back in 2020? AXD, Axanon, Diamond. AXD was one of my good friends, and we used to work in Quantum together, and he developed the original concept for a web-based moderation system. And ever since 2020, it has been my goal to replicate that and expand upon it. That is where I got the inspiration from that project, because that project is long dead. Will there be a Guardsman plugin for Adonis? I honestly prefer the customization on it. Yeah, so that's actually something we've looked into and that we might be releasing next year as well, is a Guardsman plugin for Adonis. So allowing an Adonis server to connect to the Guardsman API. That is definitely something we'll be looking into. Has part of the code been vibe coded? No. We do use like GitHub Copilot, but we don't vibe code Guardsman. No. Is Nemesis ever going open source? Likely not. The reason we can't make Nemesis open source is we use a lot of experimental and kind of unknown checks that we don't want to see patched because they're extremely effective in catching exploiters. And that'll also make it easier for exploiters to, try to figure out how to get around Nemesis. So Nemesis likely won't ever go open source. Will BBI release the incomplete versions of their games on the 29th? No. So BBI won't be releasing... I mean, that's up to the developers, to be honest. I will leave it up to them, but from what I can tell, we're probably not going to be releasing those, but we are leaving them open for our current developers to continue working on them as a passion project on the side. So, what's it called? We probably won't, but it's up to them because we want to give them as much control as possible. Will you make Roblox plugins? Yes, we do have Roblox plugins in the works as a replacement for our loader. So instead of going to like a model to insert the loader, it's going to be a plugin that can insert the loader and then automatically update it, which will be pretty cool for like config updates and stuff. Is Guardsman available for non-reactor games? Absolutely. We actually have Guardsman deployed in a lot of non-sci-fi games. You can use Guardsman in any game you want. Are you ever planning a partnership with Roblox like Bloxlink? We would love to work with Roblox on that level. However, we do not have the access to that kind of relationship. They would have to be the ones to reach out to us. But we would love to work with them on improving Guardsmen and such, like, because I know they use Bloxlink in a lot of their places. I think they bought Bloxlink or something, and we would love to work with them like that. So that would be a pretty cool thing, but probably not in the near future. If Guardsman goes down, what happens to the data store stuff? Yeah, so Guardsman has a built-in... My headphones turned off. Guardsman has a built-in data storage solution called Web Store Service. So Web Store Service allows game developers to store all of their player data in Guardsman. And we recently released a feature, so anyone who has joined within the last month, I believe, basically Guardsman will create a local read-only copy of the player's user data that it stores in data stores. So if the API is ever unreachable for whatever reason, it will pull from that fallback data store. And then whenever the API is reachable, it'll flush all of that data to the API and everything will be brought back into sync. Can we expect to see Edwin? Yes. Yes, you can expect to see Edwin. What is the biggest sci-fi game being developed right now for when it comes to using Guardsman? QSurf, without a doubt. Is Nemesis a standalone anti-exploit, or does it require Guardsman to be loaded to load Nemesis from the server? This is assuming it's a loader type system. Yes, so Nemesis currently is being designed as a Guardsman plugin. We might make a version of it in the future that can be run standalone, but currently it does require access to like Guardsman APIs. So at the moment, we are developing it as a Guardsman plugin, and it will not be standalone. It likely will not be standalone when it's released. Has it ever occurred where somebody has exploited into Guardsman website and taken control / exploit groups? That hasn't happened to my knowledge. And if it has happened, that would be extremely serious, and we would not let that happen. Out of curiosity, do you pay for storage for Guardsman on an external source, or do you have a mini data center only for Guardsman? Yeah, so we actually we'll host Guardsman ourselves. We do not pay for like AWS or stuff like that. We don't pay for cloud like that. We host Guardsman ourselves. So I have a server right next to me that is hosting Guardsman. Ben has a server, and then we do pay for 2 servers. One in Europe and one in Singapore that host our system, so to decrease latency for those regions. So that also helps with the chances of the API ever being down, making that extremely low, extremely low. But we do just pay for like the servers, basically. That's about it. Are you going to make more systems like Guardsman and Nemesis, or just keep creating the one that exists already? We do plan on keeping to update Guardsman. We don't have any plans for any new admin systems, and the only reason we would do a new admin system like that is because frankly, Guardsman, we do actually, most of the time, we do, when we go from like V2 to V3, we do actually rewrite most of the code base. So basically, it is a new app every time, kind of, but it is just Guardsman. If this hasn't been answered, how many servers do you guys have, and how good is your uptime? So we have 4 servers currently, 3 main servers that you can connect to, and then 1 backup server that I host. You can view our uptime on the Bunker Bravo Interactive status website, and currently Guardsman is sitting at the website is sitting at 99.949% uptime, and the API is 99.93, and the Discord API is 99.92. So our app rarely goes down. Only for sometimes we'll run into issues where something with the database happens, and not data loss, but sometimes because of how we have things set up, there is the possibility of things happening. So we do have to prepare for that. So there will inevitably be downtime, but we have very little downtime nowadays. Would Nemesis be loaded after a Roblox server started, like the main module, or we have to install it manually? So Nemesis is a plugin, like any other Guardsman plugin. So basically, it's loaded with the rest of the Guardsman plugins, and then it'll be loaded on your client right as you join. It's really cool that you guys are hosting Guardsman yourself, but usually self-hosted stuff like this lacks security compared to cloud solutions. Are you making an effort to ensure user data is secure and protected from, e.g., a data breach? Yes. We do take steps to ensure that data breaches do not happen. We have everything running in its own in isolated containers, in its own private networks, etc., etc. We rotate passwords. We make sure that Guardsman does not have data breaches. And we also scan all of our web traffic for weird things, for weirdness. And we have Cloudflare and stuff like that on top of that. Isn't there a diagram of how the servers are set up? I swear I've seen it somewhere. Yeah, I think Ben made one. I don't really know where it is. But I can say that there is one somewhere. So, on the topic of Guardsman's privacy policy, we do not store any user data beyond the username, the user IDs, Roblox and Discord, and any other data like game data. We do not collect any personally identifiable information. We do not do advertising, so we do not collect any personal information in regards to our users. Adding on to the server, in the event of a utility failure, EX power outage, or other external factors, example natural disaster, is also somewhere backups. Yes, so because of our how distributed our servers are, there's a very low chance of a system-wide service interruption. How do you handle GDPR requests, e.g., right to erasure for European users? Yeah, so per our privacy policy, if you email our the guardsman, if you email the guardsman team email, which is in our privacy policy, then you can request you can submit a right to erasure request. We are also currently working on built-in right to erasure. So, for example, being able to delete your account directly from the Guardsman app. Does BBI plan to expand its reach for Guardsmen and other similar systems outside of Roblox? Example, Steam games, potentially. That's getting into a whole different realm. It is something I've played around with the concept of, but it's not something that we really have plans for at this time. Do you guys process refunds for tiers? I'm not exactly sure how Ko-Fi handles refunds, but if Ko-Fi handles refunds, then yes, we will process refunds for tiers, and we will be offering probably 14-day trials is what I'm assuming. We haven't really worked out the details when it comes to that part yet. Will the new version let us be able to stay signed in? Yes. Yes, that will be fixed. Is the Guardsman on Roblox the same exe4? So no, Guardsman, the Guardsman backend is very similar. As in we're not doing a full code refactor for Guardsman in-game. However, okay, thank you, Astra. However, we are looking to re-add the admin panel, and we're hoping that 2026 will be the year where the in-game admin panel comes back. That's been something I've wanted to do for a long time, and that's actually why we're hiring UI and UX people to help with the design of that. Is BBI a full legal corporation? No. Hetzner or OVH. I'm not going to really go into our hosting infrastructure, but we do use Hetzner for some of it. What's the requirement for UI UX design? Do you have to design on Roblox or elsewhere? Yeah, so that's all going to be outlined in the applications that we're going to be put up. So stay tuned for those. Does BBI plan to expand into this realm official corporation? That would be really funny, but no. What's your favorite feature from both V2 and V3? Ooh, had to think about this one because I was worried I was going to get asked this question. My favorite feature from V2 is the game data editor. For those of you who haven't used the game data editor, it is a UI that visualizes like the table JSON structure of your game data schema, and you can navigate it like it's kind of like a tree navigation. So you can navigate to different spots in your game data and edit the whole thing. You can download and upload and like sync people's data. It's pretty cool. V3, definitely Kanban. Kanban boards are one of my favorite things to have been making so far. Trying to remake that feature, that the features and the stuff that people really want out of a Kanban system has been so much fun. How much does Guardsman cost to run on average? I'm not going to be just. My headset keeps turning off. I'm not going to be disclosing publicly how much we pay for Guardsman every month. What was the idea on making a form of Trello for Guardsmen? Honestly, just people. We've heard people's complaints about Trello in this day and age with the user restrictions and the board restrictions in groups, and we don't like that they're being so restrictive of an app that we've all used at some point and that we all got used to. So our goal is to help the Roblox community by enabling this crucial feature, but in a different way where we can directly maintain it, where we can control what we put in it, and more importantly, where we can have a system where we can distribute it to more people and give it away, not give it away for free, but give it to more people for cheaper. That's our biggest thing. Is we recognize that this is the first time that Guardsman will have paid features, and that's just because it does cost money to run this app, and we do need to make some money off of Guardsman. However, we still want to take it as an opportunity to give back to your communities while providing a service that we can sustain and that you guys find good value in. Do you plan to stay in the sci-fi community for a good while? Yes, absolutely. Bunker Bravo will be BBI Softworks will still have a focus on sci-fi style games, but we will be developing tools and technologies for the mainstream. What is Kanban? Kanban is the kind of organization system that Trello uses. So it's kind of like a card-based system where you have lists and you have cards, and you can assign people to cards, you can give them descriptions. It's just the organization system. If you could add anything to Guardsman without restrictions or limitations, what would it be? Ooh, that's a good question. It's a really good question. I'd have to think about that. Let me see it. Let me come back to that by the end of the keynote. Speaking of those paid features, would Guardsman have some sort of premium like other Discord bots? So our Ko-Fi subscribers, that is the quote-unquote premium, basically. So our backer tier is where our benefits start. The supporter tier is like enhanced support and early access to features. And then our backer tiers start to get you more features like Kanban and such. Lena, the message you sent didn't actually send. It just says I'm now privately chatting with you. So do you want to resend that? All right. Does anybody have any other questions? If so, please put them in the BBI keynote thread. What are the options for users to customize their experience with their data and privacy? So could you elaborate? If you could elaborate on that, then because I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure what that means. Also, I got you, Lena. How can we control how our data is stored or whatnot? So Guardsman, we don't have any built-in like options like that currently. Guardsman stores the bare minimum amount of data that is needed for the app to function. We only store, and that's outlined in our terms of use and privacy policy. We only store the username, the Roblox ID, and Discord ID, and then any game data that's associated with your account, any punishments that are associated with your account. We only store the bare minimum. We only store the bare minimum for each user, and we don't want to store any more. We are not in the business of selling data. That is awful. All right. No, we're keeping the name Bunker Bravo Interactive. BBI Softworks is a subsidiary. All right, I'll take maybe 2 more questions, and then we're going to start wrapping up this this keynote. What's the hardest thing to make while making Guardsman? The hardest thing to make. It's a tie. It's a tie between the game data browser and WebSockets. WebSockets are annoying. I do not like doing WebSockets. They are very annoying. I'll take one more question. How do I exit Vim? Oh my gosh. Any more questions about Guardsman? Can I buy Guardsman? Yes. All right. Well, with that being said, thank you all so much for coming to the Bunker Bravo keynote. And real quick, I want to thank the people up there in the BBI suite. Hi, everybody. Thank you for watching my ramblings. Thank you to Vinyl, Wraithlord, as well as Trin for helping with the booth this year. They did incredible. And thank all of you. Thank you, all of you, for coming to the keynote. It was an absolute honor to present here this year. And yeah, my name is I'm Sky C, and we'll see you guys next year. Bye-bye, everybody!
away to your seats at this time.
Two. Unlocked. Attention, DMR has now entered maintenance mode.
Hope you enjoy the show.
Dark matter fuel capsule replacement
now,
completed.
Please welcome to the stage Astra X2, founder of Astral Industries.
All right, hello, Astral Central 2025. I'm Astra X2, the founder of Astral Industries and the current development lead behind our upcoming flagship game, Galileo Research Complex. My presentation today will feature our latest progress and updates since Astral Day back in June, which I am quite excited to showcase. For those of you who don't know Astral, we're the hosts of this event. We made this event center and brought together the 47 event insider groups that you see.
Dark matter fuel capsule replacement
However, we don't
completed.
just host events. We're a sci-fi group creating facility games for you all to explore and engage with. GRC is the prime example of this, as it's a project that we have, in one form or another, been working on for years and years now. I take you down a trip on memory lane, but that's a job better served by a recently made wiki. It's got a whole bunch of information regarding our group, and it's the place to go if you want to explore Astral's content, lore, and more. It's being worked on still, so just take everything with a grain of salt. Now, before we get into the rest of today's presentation, I'd just like to make a quick disclaimer to set some expectations. Excuse me. What you're about to see is very much a work in progress, as most of the building work could only begin after our mid-year building hiring round. Hello there. Additionally, everything is subject to change as plans adjust in the future and development progresses. Got all that? Good. Let's talk GRC. So, where have we been? Our last community event was Astral Day 2025, the celebration of Astral's 5th birthday. Knowing this group is over 5 years old now is both exciting and terrifying, but it shows that we've endured the test of time. At Astral Day 2025, our biggest reveal was that of the game's central reactor, the DTX AFR. The DTX AFR, or Deuterium Tritium X Aerosol Fusion Reactor, is essentially just two fusion reactors nested inside one another, with a smaller tokamak providing enough power to power up the massive spark probes which generate the bulk of the device's energy. I've often heard that the design is one of the most unique in recent years, and I hope to be able to prove that in the future when this game comes out. The DTX AFR reveal came with a short demonstration of some of the control systems, including a manual startup which goes through each major subsystem of the reactor. After reviewing this footage, it does seem that the controls are a little overwhelming, so there's a chance we go back and modify the scope of the controls to make the reactor easier to approach. Outside of this, one feature I want to talk about that we've adjusted since Astral Day is Data Link, GRC's server system which connects the various sensors on the reactor to the monitoring and control systems. These nodes are toggled independently, which can lead to some pretty interesting scenarios. Let's say, for example, that a temperature spike knocks out the data link node for the top 4 spark probes, meaning you lose all data until the node is repaired and put back online. Gameplay like this is part of what will make GRC unique and enjoyable. Having to ensure each step of the control and monitoring process is in working order will let you have near total control over the reactor. Now, that's enough about the DTX AFR for now. We've been working on some builds that we'd like to show to you. So, let's move into our next section, What's New?
5.
The first thing I'd like to touch on when it comes to recent GRC changes is the top side. Before you ask, yeah, we completely scrapped the version you saw at Astral Day. Why? The same reason that we did it last time, and the time before that. The idea of the layout just had major issues and it just wasn't the right fit. In its place is a new, simpler layout which focuses on gameplay and navigation over fancy styling. One that should make getting where you need to go as straightforward as possible. In the place of the old topside building is, well, about half of a front facade. As I mentioned earlier, this is all still very much in the works, and we had to stop working on GRC for a little while to get AC25 ready for you all today. But what this facade represents is something that we've been trying to get right for a while now, a balance between gameplay, accessibility, visual appeal, and navigation. This iteration of the GRC topside building is our best mix of those three yet, taking important gameplay features and clustering them in a rectangular building to give GRC the look that it could be a real building. Obviously, realism isn't our #1 priority, but we do take it into consideration as Astral's world is grounded in the near future. This topside building will be one of 3 that make up the topside complex, each with its own uses and gameplay opportunities. The second building is the warehouse, name pending, a building which focuses primarily on logistics. Items are delivered to and from GRC through truck depots, and players will need to use the equipment at their disposal to move the correct boxes from point A to point B in a safe, timely, and efficient manner. Additionally, the warehouse has an additional elevator leading to the bottom side complex, which can be useful if the personnel elevators break down for whatever reason. The third and final building of this central topside complex will be a dedicated transit station, for visitors and employees alike to travel to the different above-ground locations GRC has to offer. There's 3 different primary destinations you will be able to choose from by picking up a ticket from the kiosk, that being the Topside Apartments, Aerospace Research Complex, and the Vector Event Center. Yes, you will be able to travel directly to this very event center and back in the future, making the 2 projects interconnected as they were always meant to be. I won't touch on the Topside Apartments or the ARC today, as I've already discussed those in detail in previous National Central presentations. Go take a look at our broadcast archives if you're wanting to find out more. Now, that's enough about the Topside for now. Let's go ahead and dive underground and head into the bottom side complex, which is where the majority of our new content today comes from. Let's start with the primary entrance to the bottom side portion of GRC, that being Zone 1.
Attention.
For those unfamiliar,
Blast doors closing
GRC is
in
split into
D
zones instead of the
minus
traditional
30
sector
seconds.
model, primarily because each zone has a variety of uses which may not be represented well by just a single sector model. The new entrance atrium is the first thing you'll see when you head into the underground part of the facility, and it makes quite a good impression. With curved stairs and a fancy centerpiece, it sets the tone for what's to come for the rest of the facility. Moving past the blast seal, you'll reach the central atrium of Zone 1, an area where you can quickly navigate between important parts of the facility. Something to touch on here is the check-in kiosks, which are just barely out of frame on the left, which are a feature which will allow you to earn rewards by checking in daily. While you'll also be able to check in from your menu UI, these stations will add just a little bit of extra immersion to your employee experience. The next area of Zone 1 is Facility Management, a subzone dedicated to handling the core infrastructure that runs the facility. This area is home to Starlight, GRC's in-house operating system, alongside facility-wide air conditioning and a control room. Additionally, this is where you would need to go if you wanted to sabotage Starlight, temporarily disabling its safety systems, which would otherwise prevent you from causing a superstructure failure event. Back across the atrium in the opposite hall is the Logistics Center, an underground extension of the topside warehouse. This area serves a few purposes, acting as the central cargo hub for all of GRC. This has direct connections to the freight rail line for bulk cargo, the Mercury Depot for sending smaller packages around the facility on our Mercury robots, and the freight elevator to bring up or send materials to and from the surface. Lastly, to move between zones, you'll take a ride on the intra-facility transit system. This transit system is, like everything, still very much a work in progress. But it will be your main way of navigating GRC. There are 3 lines: the primary line, Habitation Express line, and Freight line. The primary line will take us to where we'll be spending the rest of our time today, Zone 2, the Aurora Cavern. The Aurora Cavern is the largest part of GRC, consisting of a sprawling, multi-layered cave system which you can explore and exploit for your own needs. But before you get into caves, you hop off the tram at the cavern staging area. This is a small lobby and checkpoint where you can purchase basic equipment from a few vendors. Additionally, you'll be able to interact with some NPCs to start a guided quest line. This quest line will go through the basics of mining to help you get started in the caverns. There will be plenty more like it for various other gameplay systems too, and all of these will be a part of the story mode if you choose to activate that. Now, going down the Cavern Skylift cable car, you'll arrive at what you see here, the Upper Caverns. These act as a hub area for the Aurora Cavern, essentially being the tutorial zone for those wanting to try out mining. While it doesn't have much in terms of ore, it does have a few other unique buildings. The first of these buildings is the Mineral Processing Building, a station where you can take your raw ores and use a variety of machines to process them into more valuable forms. These include crushers, polishers, smelters, and more. We're taking inspiration from automation and factory games for this system, And while I didn't have time to touch on the apartments today, you'll eventually be able to chain these machines together to make your own processing lines. Selling ores raw will result in quick cash, but you'll need to spend some time processing it before earning the maximum amount possible from your mining trips. The other main attraction of the upper caverns is survey missions, something I've discussed in much more detail in previous Astral Central events. Basically, these are short, fast-paced mini-games where you go into a randomly generated cave to survey a newly found outcrop, collecting rare resources and platforming along the way. These will be great for more experienced players who want to take full advantage of their skills. Moving on, if we head back up to the staging area, we can pick up the zipline gear from the equipment vendor. This zipline gear is a key tool that lets you go on ziplines, enabling traversal over dangerous areas without falling to your doom. Using the zipline gear, we can head down to the largest part of the Aurora Cavern, the lower caverns. The lower caverns are a series of interconnecting tunnels and outcrops, each with a variety of resources ranging from bulk, low-tier materials to scarcer, high-tier ores. Something we want to try out was having two main ways to gather ores in the outcrops. First, you can head down to the end of an outcrop to find a predefined ore node, essentially a resource battery that slowly drains and replenishes based on player mining activity. This provides a quicker way to gather bulk resources, but these will be limited to some of the more common materials found in the caves. If you're looking for rarer, more valuable ores, you'll need to use a light and search the walls of the cavern for sparse veins of material, which can be mined using either an extraction laser or a basic pickaxe. We've done some work on the actual gameplay for extraction lasers, creating a sort of lock-picking, or in this case, rock-picking minigame, where you need to time a series of inputs to crack open the rock containing your resources. These minigames are just one step into how we're making gameplay the main focus of GRC, and we think it will be quite fun once we program and implement everything. Touching on extraction lasers briefly, these are actually a modular tool. Instead of previous years where you would need to buy a new extraction laser as you progress through the tiers of ores, we've changed it to where you instead upgrade the components of the extraction laser over time. That way, you can have your own shells or cosmetic models for the extraction laser, while keeping all of the same core functionality that makes them so important in the caves. Heading back into the cavern, there's a few more locations I'd like to point out. Located in the southernmost outcrop of the lower caverns is the hypercapacitor, a structure which allows the player to perform the crucial step that took Astral from a startup to an industry leader, cross-charging. In other words, this is where Tritium X is made, and running this machine will be crucial to keeping the DTX AFR fueled and supplied. More on this to come as we work on it. Lastly, heading all the way to the end of the lower caverns will lead you into a small outpost, this one with a vendor selling oxygen tanks and breathing equipment. This is the entrance to the most dangerous but most rewarding section of the Aurora Caverns, the Deep Caverns. The Deep Caverns are the end game mining area. This is where you'll want to go if you're looking for extremely valuable Tier 3 and Tier 4 ores, including the ever so elusive Vantium. These resources will be needed to craft high-tier components and equipment, so you'll need to be ready for anything when heading in. What's so special about the Deep Caverns is that they shift constantly. The layout is randomly generated and refreshes every 30 to 60 minutes. This keeps excitement and pressure high while you navigate the Deep Caverns, always with that lingering feeling that the walls could cave in at any moment. Additionally, there's no permanent life support equipment. Excuse me. So, you'll need to bring your own oxygen tanks and a breather from the vendor at the entrance. With this, you'll be able to stay in the Deep Caverns long enough to find those precious gems and get out safely. The Aurora Cavern is home to GRC's most important mechanic, resource gathering. This is the core gameplay loop behind so many more features, including manufacturing gameplay, satellite production, logistics, and so much more. By mining resources in the Aurora Cavern, you unlock a world of gameplay opportunities you wouldn't otherwise get just by sitting around in the reactor control room all day. We hope to expand this to the caverns in the future, potentially adding more outcrops, new types of ore, and even maybe unique cavern sections with special ambient conditions. However, we're focusing on completing the initial vision of GRC's mining areas before doing anything crazy. Now, that's all I have to share with you regarding the Aurora Cavern for today, but excuse me. But I did want to touch on a few more things. Just give me one more. Yes, sorry, this cough has been... Whew. All right, where was I? Up until a few months ago, work on GRC has been quite slow due to one major issue. We didn't have any builders. Thankfully, this is no longer an issue. We recently hired some incredibly talented people in Matrix, Frostbite, and Lumen to help us out, and they've been responsible for a lot of what you've seen in this presentation. Please give them a massive round of applause for all their hard work. Now, as our 2025 event cycle comes to an end, work on GRC is going to pick up again in the new year. Our current goal is to have the foundations done for the entire map, top side and bottom side, by AC26. This also includes foundational gameplay mechanics like inventory and NPC quests. I want to make it painfully clear that we don't do release dates, at least for GRC. This game has been in development long enough to where we've realized it's just better to say, excuse me, it'll be out when it's out. Expect more dev updates and GRC dev streams next year as work continues. I always enjoy putting on a good show, so I'm hoping it'll be a fun way to spice up engagement. Also, after the incredibly stressful and chaotic experience behind the scenes preparing for AC25, we'll most likely have to switch our focus to preparing for AC26 about halfway through the year instead of waiting for the fall. That way we have more time to get important features done without causing as much stress. To close things off, the future is uncertain. Things will change, life will have its way, and these words that you heard today may not be accurate by the time AC26 rolls around. What won't change is our desire to get a game where we can be proud of into your hands, our incredibly patient and gracious audience. But now, I'll go ahead and open the floor to the public for any questions you may have in the AC25 Q&A's channel. I'll be answering as many questions as you have regarding GRC. Thank you. All right, let's take a look. All right, exactly how many remakes has the top side received? I think this is probably remake number 3. And again, I touched on this earlier, but it's primarily just because we keep going back and iterating and realizing that we can do better, and we want to get the best possible, the best possible experience for you guys. So next up, quote, I've heard that the goal with GRC is to be a bit different and unique in the sci-fi genre. What will Astral do to be different from other games? So I think the most important thing that will make GRC unique is its focus on gameplay. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Sorry, I have a horrific cough right now. And again, I've touched on this more in previous events, but things such as the spaceflight gameplay and well, not actually going to space, but being able to make satellites and all of the unique resource gathering and material processing things. I feel like that's gonna make GRC pretty cool. And then I think story mode is gonna be something that is really exciting, because we're planning to have a system where it's essentially an extended tutorial, and that should kind of guide people around while also telling a unique story, which will be really cool. Are some parts of GRC inspired by Voices of the Void? Yes. The satellite dishes you saw on the top side picture were inspired by Voices of the Void. And I do really like the aesthetic of that game. As for exact gameplay things, I haven't played VOTV personally. I've only watched people play it, so I don't know. I can't say for sure, but I do really like that game's aesthetics. Will Stellaria Research Institute be a separate playable game or part of GRC? So the Stellaria Research Institute is the aerospace wing of Astral Industries. And it will be, they kind of have their own area on topside if you go on the transit station that I talked about earlier. And that's where all the Peregrines are based out of. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Sorry. But yeah, they have their own wing in the they have their own wing on topside, and you'll be able to essentially go over there and build satellites using materials you mine and like components you craft, and launch them into space for passive bonuses and active bonuses. So it'll be pretty cool. Let's see. Can I eat the rocks I mine? Probably not. What new things are you planning to add to GRC that are nowhere in other core games? I think story mode is probably the most unique aspect of GRC. Primarily just because I haven't seen any other core games that have a dedicated story campaign that goes into as much detail as we're planning to go into. I will be happy to be proven wrong, but I do think that it'll be really cool. From Shade, how did you achieve such beautiful graphics? I gotta thank our builders we hired for that. They did some incredible stuff. What is inspiration for GRC? I'm afraid if I gave you a full list for that, we'd be here for 6 hours. So I'm just gonna move on. Do you know how long an oxygen tank will go until it runs out? I'm gonna assume this is relating to the deep caverns, and you'll be able to use currency to purchase better and better oxygen tanks. So, for example, the initial one will probably be a relatively short timer, just enough to like get your feet wet metaphorically. But yeah, this is in some ways it does remind me of what Trident Enterprises is doing with Black Site. And I don't mean to rip them. It's an amazing game, but we've been trying to think of ways to like take the idea of having like a randomly generated cave system for the higher tier resources, such that we can kind of encourage people to like take risks and have fun. So it'll be pretty interesting after all. As for the duration question, we aren't far enough into development to give you a concrete number. So yeah, sorry about that. Will there be public tests, hiring testers, or paid early access? Public tests likely won't come for at least a year, if we get around to it. I'd like to have public testing sometime late 2026, but I would not hold your breath on that. We have a bunch of testers already, so I doubt we're going to be hiring more soon, but we really appreciate your interest. From Apollo, will the Conwell Group play a major part in the game outside of lore? I'm not sure how much I can get into without Casey murdering me live on stage, but Conwell probably isn't going to be that important of an entity in GRC. Primarily because by the time that the player gets into GRC, they aren't really as much of an industry giant as they were, because Astral kind of overtook them in a way. Hopefully that wasn't too blatant, Casey. Let's see. From Fort Tema in game chat, what's your standard player count? As of now, 0, because the game's not out yet. So that's about it. Will GRC be out by Millennia 3000? I sure hope so. Is there any current roadblocks? Astral Central. Genuinely, these events, while they're super fun, do take away a lot of time from the development of GRC, which is probably one of the major reasons it's taken so long to get it into a workable state. Outside of that, it's probably just the fact that we didn't really have that many builders until now. And because of that, we kept second guessing and re-guessing and reworking, and it just never ended up being good. But now that we have builders, it's good, so we can actually get a map going somehow. Let's see. Will there be a realistic nuclear reactor or an equivalent in GRC? No. We're not trying to aim for full-on realism. Like, on a scale from Innovation Labs to Oak Ridge, I'd probably say that the kind of like ideal range we're aiming for is around QSurf level in terms of reactor complexity. Like, we want to be able to highlight different, like, we want to make it interesting, but like we're not trying to make it like incomprehensible at a first glance. And that, not to say that Oak Ridge is incomprehensible. They do an amazing job with like guides and stuff, but like, we want to make it relatively simple to access initially. Let's see. How far is the Vector Event Center from GRC? So, this depends on what timeline you're looking at in terms of lore continuities. In both continuities, they are like physically connected via the train line, and so I'd say they're probably 10 to 15 miles apart. That's just a rough number. But again, kind of going on to a different question. Quote, isn't the VEC and GRC separate universes? Why would they connect? In the main lore, instead of hosting Astral Central, the VEC is instead just a regular event grounds for things like trade shows, music festivals, and things of that nature. So, yeah. Is the vault door in the caverns inspired by Portal 2? That was not a vault door. That was a giant fan. Assuming that you're talking about the photo of the entrance to the deep caverns. Let's see. What is your opinion on partially integrating other games' lore into your own? As something more than just an Easter egg reference? I feel like this is something that you would want to talk to the person that is behind the lore that you're wanting to integrate. Like, in my opinion, I would get permission if you're trying to include important lore like that. But otherwise, if you're just, it essentially turns it into fan fiction. So again, that's for you to make your best judgment on. Will GRC have low-end support for potato PCs? We hope to optimize GRC to the best of our abilities, such that we can allow people on mobile and on lower-end PCs to be able to join us. However, our main focus is on just getting things working before we go through and optimize everything. We got 2 questions here. What is the server size plan to be? And to add on to that, how will you utilize / mitigate high-low server size to make the experience feel more lively? Yeah, as part of our story mode initiative, we're going to have a lot of NPCs going around. I'd like to highlight, what was it, like Internal Builder Singularity Containment Site, I think it was. They have a lot of like living NPCs going around. Excuse me. And I think those are really cool. So by having these like living NPCs going around doing their jobs and like actually being a part of the facility, it'll make it feel more alive rather than just having a couple people sitting at a desk. Will we be shooting bugs in the mine? Probably not. Let's see. What devices are you planning compatibility for? Ideally, as many as possible. I think, though, if there was one that we would probably put on a back burner, it would be VR. I do think that VR support would be really cool, but it's probably pretty tough to implement for a game like GRC. Let's see. What monetization systems are you planning to implement to pay your developers? Give me a second. So we plan to have game passes and developer products and things of that nature, but game passes will be like all paid items that you can purchase with Robux can either be obtained with in-game currency or they are purely cosmetic. Because we want to avoid having like a pay-to-win type scenario where essentially if you were to like purchase one item, you would instantly become like better than the whole server. But instead, we're going to be offering a whole bunch of different types of cosmetics, like Mercury liveries, keycard skins. You will be able to purchase the in-game currency data shards with Robux. However, it'll be at a conversion rate so rough that it's better if you just grind for it legitimately. Additionally, monetization is something we've been thinking about, but it hasn't really been the forefront of our thinking because our main source of income is Astral Central right now. Will there be teams in GRC? Yes. We have a career path system where essentially you earn several different types of XP based on certain tasks that you complete, and they each progress towards individual experience trees, which will unlock unique rewards. So for example, if you were to work in the reactor area, you would earn science XP, or if you worked in the caves, you would earn logistics XP based on the type of task you were doing. If you went and did a lab experiment, you'd earn research XP. If you launched a satellite, you get aerospace XP. And all of these merge together into a global XP system, which also has its own unique rewards. Why does Astral own an event ground? There's no exact lore reason for this yet. So I don't want to like come up with anything and just have it stick without actually thinking it through. Will GRC have burgers? Yes, actually. Quite a few of them. Because I remember one of the restaurants that actually, if anyone was here for AC22, you would have seen it, Scorch's Burgers. And there's implications behind some of their ingredients, wink wink, but there are burgers that you can get in GRC, yes. Can you make things from the materials you get in the Aurora Caverns? Yes, and that is like probably the largest and most developed gameplay feature of GRC, is being able to use resources to craft components, craft parts, and make furniture, lab equipment, processing machines, satellites, a whole bunch of stuff, using various manufacturing machines scattered around the map. Will GRC be in R6 or R15? GRC will be in R15. Are you planning on adding actual subgroups to Astral for the GRC similar to what Pinewood has? No. Personally, I've never been that big on like subgroups and like security teams and things of that nature. I'm sure it has its point, but I think for GRC, it would just distract from the player's ability to just jump in and immediately explore different types of gameplay. If the complexity of the reactor would be similar to QSurf, does that mean there will be maintenance like refueling? If yes, will the fuel be created from ores or a separate machine? Excuse me. So refueling will be done with a production line in the energy production sector. And because the GTX AFR just runs straight off of a liquid pipeline, you'll just have to make sure there's enough, there would be enough Tritium X made in the hypercapacitor in order to, actually find and locate fuel to keep things running. How in-depth will the mining gameplay be? Will it be more of a thing that you can almost exclusively do, kind of like a sub-game, or make it have its own progression, or be more integrated into a gameplay loop with other sections, or both? I think it fits into both statements, because honestly, you can do a lot with just mining and just never touch the reactor. And then again, it has integration into other gameplay loops as well. Like, you'll be able to make reactor parts or other tools based off of what you find and what you make. Will the story mode be a completely single-player experience, or will it be possible to play with a team? We are designing story mode to be completed solo, primarily because it's meant to act as an extended tutorial. Hence, you can kind of get a feel for the various different aspects of GRC. Will the NPCs walking around be interactable, or will they just be walking around? Yeah, I don't want to rip too much from Singularity Containment Site, but some of them will be offering quests. Some of them, you'll be able to have conversations with them, and they'll feel alive and a part of the facility rather than just an NPC. How many crystals / tasks will there be, or are planned as it stands? So we don't just have crystals. We have a variety of ores, minerals, and crystals, and gemstones of that nature. As it stands, I believe we have around 20 to 25 different materials. However, that is likely going to expand, and that's just raw materials, not even including all the processed forms. Are you planning to add a melt / freeze down into GRC, and if yes, what would it look like? GRC doesn't have a traditional meltdown or freeze down. Well, that's kind of a loaded statement, because instead of a meltdown, we wanted to make the event kind of fit in with the physics of the DTX AFR. And instead of being called a meltdown, it's a superstructure failure event, which... Sorry, give me a second. Sorry guys, I'm just sparing you my coughing. Yeah, but essentially, as components get damaged, etc., eventually oxygen would leak into the chamber, and oxygen plus fuel plus tons of ignition sources equals kaboom. As for a freeze down, we don't really do freeze downs. However, there is a danger condition associated with a stall out, where we essentially the DTX kind of condenses on the walls of the chamber, and if reignited, could cause some serious damage. Will materials have rarities, and if so, will some be locked for special events? All the different materials in the Aurora Cavern are split into tiers. There's 4 tiers. going in progressively more rare. So things like iron or coal would be a pretty low tier, like a tier 1 or tier 2. But as you progress into tier 3 and 4 ores, that's when you get the really rare, expensive, and useful ores. Things like Vantium and Obsidian. Excuse me. All right, I'll take 2 or 3 more questions, and then we'll probably go ahead and end the Q&A. So let's see. Will there be combat? No. GRC will not feature any combat gameplay. This is an intentional choice because we felt it just simply does not fit the environment of GRC, and it's just not the kind of thing we want to have. Security presence as a whole is very limited. You won't be able to play as security. They just kind of exist. That way, you can focus on exploring and doing science rather than worried about getting shot from across the map by some guy with a sniper or something. What vehicles do you have for the GRC? As it stands now, we have, and this isn't going to be like things that you can like drive or anything, because there's probably not going to be much, if anything, that you can drive. But in terms of vehicles, there are the freight trains, passenger trains, the Mercury, delivery robots, Peregrine spacecraft. What else? Probably the Gulf carts and the mineral transports that go into the caves. What else? There's probably some other stuff I'll think of, but that's probably about it for now. Yeah, forklifts. There are forklifts. You'll be able to drive a forklift. In fact, we have a badge planned called Forklift Certified for if you complete a certain number of tasks in the logistics area. So, yeah, definitely like myself a good forklift. All right. All right, this will be the last question I take. If you want to leave more, feel free, but I will be answering it in the text chat afterwards. So, what will you be able to have delivered via Mercury in GRC? So, you'll be able to have quite a few things delivered via Mercury. So think lab samples, minerals. You'll be able to use them to transport materials from one inventory to another. And also, you'll be able to use a Mercury to like send packages and gifts to other players. So let's say, for example, that you want to gift someone a couch for their apartment. Then you would purchase the couch using data shards and then have it shipped via Mercury to their inventory, where they could then use it. All right, so that'll be all I'll be talking about today. Again, if you have any further questions, leave them in the Q&A thread, and I'll pick out some to answer. Thank you so much again for watching. And before I go off, GRC is my personal dream project, and I'm glad that you all joined me today to hear about its more recent progress updates. Without this community, this simply would not be the same. Thank you again so much for believing in us. This is AstraX2, checking out. See you guys later.
if you have not gotten the news yet, the main server will be now locked to insiders because of the constant issues that we're having. Sorry for the inconvenience, everyone. Please feel free to join in a separate private or public server. Once again, sorry for the inconvenience, but because of the constant issues, the host server is currently locked to insiders only. This is only affecting for new joins, so if you're currently in the host server, you are allowed to stay.
We do not know if this has been said earlier, but the source of these sound issues have been identified and mitigated. So no more sounds should be played.
too much of a hazard, thankfully. In some good news, we lasted a record amount longer than we did last year before a single crash. So that is a benefit. The server will be, hopefully, set up again fairly soon, and we should be back to normal. Um, well, we apologize for the inconvenience, but this should not interrupt the event very much, and we should still be able to go on. So that is all. We will let you know when the servers are back up and you can rejoin. Have a great Astral Central. Well, break during Astral Central. The show will resume in a while.
At least you can finally take off server crashing off your bingo card now.
So we don't know how. It is completely unexpected. Yeah, thumbs up.
Once again, the host server is currently locked to insiders and whitelisted VIPs only. If you want to join, please join a separate private or join a public server. Thank you.
know. You're probably wondering.
In this rather short presentation, I will list the logistical challenges,
It's
show you the
open
back
again.
end, and show you places where no average attendee can go.
It's behind the scenes.
Let's start with the logistical challenges. This year was particularly rough. We have lots of people going to college, which slows down development a lot. Rather short,
shit,
it also
oh no.
slows down booth development.
Days away.
Currently, at the time of writing the script on December 12th, there are 26 booths submitted out of 50. But on Christmas Day, the final booth, the NKT booth, was integrated. It truly was a Christmas miracle. Some people might be familiar with crunch time, a time where a deadline is close and you need to finish something fast. It also comes with a bit of stress and anxiety. In Polaris, we were in crunch time since December 20th. We were scripting critical systems at 5 a.m. Last night. Moving on, another logistical challenge we faced was scope creep. Scope creep, for some who don't know, is when features are continuously planned without stop, giving heavy workloads and stress, also meaning we had to put these features out before EC25 with no delays. We had a lot of that. At the time of writing this, again, December 26th at 2 a.m., I personally think we were at 70% vector vector completion, which was not enough in my opinion.
I can't join the server.
Anyway, AC25 is a lot more complicated and a lot more stressful than you think. Hold on. Am I? But we somehow still deliver a great experience. And up next we have is the backend systems. In my opinion, I think the server replicator I made, totally biased, is the coolest thing ever. It took around 3 months to complete and replicates all presenters, magnitude hall settings, announcements, and lots of other things. This is what the server replicator looks like. Information dense and maybe even a bit complicated. Complicated enough where I had to write a whole manual about it, just in case someone messes it up. The server replicator replicates all the lights, music, slideshows, and many other things to other parent servers. The server I am currently in is called the host server, where all the commands are being sent out. It is also how I'm able to receive such precise data. The replicator communicates with my backend server, which is, again, to the left of me, and that server parses all the server data and gives the host server global game statistics. The data that my server parses through is also made pretty on a piece of software called Grafana. Grafana, where am I? I'm almost here. Grafana is widely used for statistic displaying and alerting. For my purpose, it was just used to display game statistics. What the hell? Sorry, hold on. The data that my server parses through is... That was just right there. Hold on. Okay, there's a duplicate line. Sorry. This is currently showing the statistics from yesterday's rehearsal session. We hit a peak of around 50 concurrent users, which is basically the maximum player count as Actual Central 2022. Unfortunately, I can't get this slide to auto-update. Although it is possible and it would be cool, but it's very resource intensive and I'm lazy. Now, that's enough of that. Let's talk about the server mesher. As said before, the server mesher replicates lights, cameras, sound, and displays, as well as many other things. Let's talk on how that works. Okay, so let's say you want to change the house lights across all servers. First, it will change the lights in the main server. Second, that's it, because you forgot to set the master server. The master server tells all servers that this server that we're in is the server to listen to. So let's say the master server is set and you hit the lights. On this second step, it will publish a messaging service message to all servers that something has changed. Third, the parent service that got the messaging service request will finally change the lights, and that's the end of the flowchart. By the way, this takes less than a second, which, in my opinion, is really cool. You can probably see why this is my favorite thing, and also why it took so long. Okay, that was a lot of yapping. I'm going to show you guys places not a normal attendee can go to. To see them, hit the camera view on the top left of your screen. Unfortunately. Huh? Oh, there is a piece of part that blocks clicks. Unfortunately, since the camera replication doesn't work, you're gonna have to look at the live stream view if you're not in the main server. Okay, first up, the AV booth. This is where the magic happens. We have audio, display, lighting, stage sets, and camera controls. You may have noticed we also have a sequencer and auxiliary controls. The auxiliary controls are used for the podium timer and door controls. You'll see what the sequencer does tomorrow. Oh, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Colon 3. This is the backstage, or more precisely, the hallway before we get on stage. As you can see, there's a lot of inspirational and motivational quotes that people have wrote before you go on stage. Honorable mention, backstage storage. Anyway, this presentation was kind of short, and it's coming to a close. This was the best presentation I think I have ever given. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Once again, right now, there are 197 players in Roblox. There are around 100 people in the Discord stage, and yeah, again, like 150 players watching YouTube. That's around 350 people in total. Anyway, on behalf of the entire Polaris team, thank you all for being here and making this dream come true. I'm going to list out all the Polaris staff members that are part of this production as a special thanks, so please cheer for all of them. Astral Industries founder, executive producer, AC25 host, and my boss, Astra X2. Event staff leads, Underscorched, Peterson, and It's Chedsky. Event operatives, Dreesener2, Elevators 89, Vinyl, Cynthia, Glitch, I'm Sky C, JT, Mocha, and TC. Insider Relations, Reddy, Rosalind, Rain, and Willow. Support staff, Bennett, Brightly, Pival Plays, Matrix, Onyx, Pio, Rabbit Hawk, Shashikuna, Tarazakon, Winter, Kyle Alta, Coded Cryptics, DT Trainsman, Frostbite, Ghastly, Lumen, Night Sight, STM, The Dono, and TCR Fire, and ATP. Honorable mention too, all the insiders are helping each other. Our support cats, you guys, and Winter, who is literally right next to me.
Hi chat, love y'all.
Where'd the slide go? There it is. Oh yeah, Vector Event Center. Anyway, that's it for this presentation. If you want to support the Polaris Media team and Astral Industries developers, please consider donating. Come back at 6:45 p.m. EST for the Trident Black Site keynote. Thank you.
Okay, Lena was never told about the Q&A, so she's answering questions over in the Q&A channel right now. Just let you guys know.
Thank you. 25. My name is Winsafi, and I am the other founder and lead developer behind Trident Enterprises Blacksite. Today, we're very excited to show everyone what we've been working on and what some of you guys have been waiting for far too long.
With Blacksite, we've always had one goal, changing the game into core genre. With Blacksite Deeper Depths, we're going even further. And we're taking a step back from focusing on just the core. We're introducing more game elements where the core is no longer the central point of attention. The caves are.
In 2026, our goal is to push this vision of ours further. Bigger caves, more systems to interact with, more reasons to prepare, and most importantly, more reasons to keep exploring.
And we're doing it while making the game more consistent across devices and more immersive than anything we've made so far. And if you've had any questions for us to answer during our Q&A segment, put them in the QA channel in the Astral Discord and we'll answer them there. And just quickly, some honesty about where we were. As most of you who are familiar with Blacksite might know, the previous version of Blacksite had glaring problems. Retention was terrible, and it wasn't because players didn't like it, I hope. It was because new players genuinely didn't know what to do.
And that's on us. The game didn't guide you. Sound design wasn't where it needed to be. Immersion suffered, and the overall experience didn't support new players.
So Deeper Depths isn't just more content. It's us fixing the foundations so players can actually see the vision we have for them. All right, that's enough about the old Blacksite. Let's talk about the new Blacksite. Let's get into the topics of our new upcoming update, Blacksite Deeper Depths.
All right, here's the plan. Bright will cover the front and side. This includes the cave expansion, crystals, biomes, and everything user experience. I will be covering the backend, our new core systems, power suits, and the stability work that makes all of Blacksite playable across all devices.
All right, each section ties into the next. The caves got bigger, so traversal had to evolve. Exploration needed to get riskier, so climate and hazards needed to exist. That created demand for scrap, suit upgrades, and much more. And then, of course, we had to optimize everything so it runs smoothly for everyone. A daunting task. Let's get into our newly added biome. In Deeper Depths, the biomes you'll see today are completely new. And alongside that, we've taken our existing pressure biomes and overhauled them so that they don't just look different, they play different. First up is our cold biome. That isn't just blue caves. Cold is a system you need to survive here. You're dealing with all the extremities at once. Your oxygen draining, your body temperature dropping, hazards like thermal vents, influences where the environment forces you to make each decision. You'll be needing to balance your exposure time to the cold, your route, your oxygen usage, and while still trying to extract as much money from the crystals as you can. Then we have our thermal biome. This one's built around the scale and danger. Huge lava lakes, giant volcanic geysers, and fauna that actually makes the environment feel alive instead of empty space with red lighting. And of course, like all the other biomes, this one too is packed with several crystals and resources that give you a reason to explore and take the risk. That's the key idea of these new biomes, progression. You're not just passing through. You're forced to explore, progress, harvest, and come back with what you've collected. The biomes aren't isolated islands. They're laid out to force progression through iteration. Each biome feeds into the next. Through resource gathering, equipment, hazards, and systems Winsafi will be covering later, progression will feel like an actual descent, not just choosing your favorite zone and staying there forever. Looking beyond Deeper Depths, we've already started work on more biomes that we've got planned, including radiation-filled caves, flooded networks, and sandy desert caves, all with their respective equipment to properly explore them. These will be seen soon after Deeper Depths. Besides the biomes, we've also improved the lore and user experience. Before I talk about the raw size, I want to explain what actually changed in how the caves feel. This slide is basically our big correction. On the lore side, we've leaned harder into environmental storytelling, not just in the caves, in the facility too. This game will feel like a place, not just a map, meaning more discoverable context, more reasons why certain areas exist, and more mysteries to uncover by the players. These details you will be noticing while exploring without forcing players to stop and read a wall of text mid-run. The story gets built piece by piece. On the user experience side, we've made massive strides. We've addressed the biggest killer of the old game, new players not having any sense of direction. Out of the internal statistics, over 93% of our player base never even made it to the caves, because nothing in-game told them what to do or where to go. and honestly, we can't blame them. So we've rebuilt the experience around these 3 major foundational changes. A proper tutorial / onboarding flow so new players understand the objective and progression. We've done a full UI overhaul, replacing nearly all Roblox core UI elements. Information is more readable and actionable, especially in the suits. And lastly, a massive sound design overhaul to actually sell the environment and improve immersion moment to moment. This really sold our game to our awesome team of testers that we want to thank for their hard work in polishing and getting this update at its best for you guys. We feel we've turned the game from a cool idea into an actual game players can progress through, stick with, and enjoy. Besides these 3 major implementations, we've also rebuilt the caves visually, better landmarking, clearer routes, and most importantly, stronger pacing. The caves aren't just bigger, it's navigable. You can identify where you are, where you've been, and where you're about to go. This also makes progression feel fair. Simple routes closer to the airlock, whilst the deeper routes become more complex and the environment becomes more dangerous. To make room for this, we had to make some large-scale additions to the caves. This is where the scale jump really hits. We've added over 61 new environments, each with their own ambience and identity. Each region has its own distinct sound, mood, and look. You'll hear where you are before you even see it. The cave network itself has seen an estimated increase of a staggering 2100% in cave size. That number isn't just more tunnels. We've leaned harder into larger and grander caves. It also means longer travel distances, more variety per run, more staging moments, and more room for systems like climate, hazards, and scrap to breathe. Biome progression actually matters. The goal is that exploration feels like a journey, where preparation is rewarded and pushing deeper feels like a commitment. However, with all this scale, a problem emerges. How on earth are you supposed to get around in the caves this size? To solve this problem, we've implemented a better way to get around. When you make the world bigger, walking stops being enough. So we were introducing a newly added vehicle specifically for cave traveling. The Trident Buggy, patent pending, designed around narrow routes, uneven terrain, and the feeling that you're operating equipment in a hostile environment, not just driving a toy. It's not just faster movement, it changes completely how you plan runs, how far you can go, and frankly, it makes progression way more fun. To immerse players better, we've implemented some new core gameplay mechanics, starting with our new climate system. Our climate system is honestly one of the most game-changing things we've built for Blacksite. It's not just a simple enter zone, start taking damage. It's a full-on simulation that constantly calculates what the environment is doing to you and what your suit is doing to protect you. At all times, the system is modeling your body temperature and skin temperature, which is important for cave winds. These dictate the acceleration and change of your skin temperature, resulting in a body temperature that lags behind. Environmental temperatures, of course, also get taken into effect. Heat emitting objects in the world, heat deflection off of other surfaces too. How surfaces and your equipment influence heat transfer are also calculated. Temperature becomes a real gameplay layer. Standing near heat sources in windy corridors, moving from one chamber to the other will be very noticeable. And because it's simulation-based, it scales with progression. Early on, you'll feel unprepared, and as you unlock biome-specific suits and upgrades, you'll start making more strides into progression, and areas will slowly become more accessible the further you progress. To add some risk to cave traversal, we've also added climate hazards. These hazards, we've layered these hazards on top to create variety and add onto the immersion and risk. You'll encounter threats like massive volcanic geysers, you'll need to pass over, and heat vents that you'll need to be avoiding, creating a bit more tension as you try to explore more harder to reach areas. This is where the update starts to feel like a full loop. Climate creates risks, hazards add on to that, and then our new equipment gives you a way to deal with these risks. Speaking of our equipment, this time around, you'll be needing a bit more than just currency to purchase your new set of gear, which brings us to our other gameplay mechanic, our scrap system.
Scrap is the other key backbone of progression in Blacksite Deeper Depths. We wanted a system that feels like it rewards exploration more than just earning money, collecting actual items. The scrap system is built around 3 principles. Find it through your gameplay without having to go out of your way to collect them, keep it by surviving and making back to facility, taking up inventory slots, and spending them on upgrades and change how you progress. equipment that lets you go further. It also connects everything. Bigger caves create longer runs create higher risks create the value, increase the value of your preparation, and the scrap is what makes you get that preparation done. And because this is Blacksite, you'll need to make some trade-offs. Do you spend scrap on survivability now, or save it for an upgrade that makes you progress to the next stage? We've shown you our new gameplay elements. Let's get back to our already existing element, the crystals.
Crystals are the true backbone of Blacksite. As many of you already know, Blacksite isn't just some core game. We've decided to make core a background subject and really put exploration first. Our crystals are our way of doing that. They're the progression and I think identity of Blacksite. In deeper depths, we're adding a large batch of additional crystals. For reference, we've gone from 13, where half were unobtainable, to over 52 new crystals. New looks, rarity moments, and reasons to explore an already vast network of areas instead of staying comfortable in one section. Some of these are designed around biome identity. When you see them, you'll immediately know what kind of place you're in. And some are designed around mysteries, the kind of what is that moment that makes you go off route and risk it. Like I've mentioned before, we've also expanded the lore connections and adding logs behind the crystals and some other things. Because crystals aren't just resources, they're evidence that the caves aren't just the caves that adhere to the status quo. Now, to collect all these crystals, you have to get yourself properly prepared with our new biome-specific power suits, patent pending.
Power suits are how we turn deeper into gameplay. If the environment gets harsher, you'll have to evolve your equipment. In deeper depths, biome-specific suits are built around resisting climate changes, handling hazards, and supporting longer runs. This isn't just higher stats, it's access to new areas. Certain environments are meant to be dangerous or inefficient without the right equipment. We've also overhauled our suit UI to improve the overall immersion and experience. To support all these new changes and additions, we've completely overhauled the suit UI. The goal? More clarity, better immersion. Your suit will now feel like you're truly wearing it, not just simply a surface GUI you're babysitting. To get clearer readouts, more information, an assistant that talks with you and observes through your eyes. She'll give tips, help you stay on the right path, and make remarks about your behavior and surroundings. Now, as people who've played Blacksite before might know, Blacksite was not the most stable game out there. We've had to undertake some serious actions to improve performance across all devices. This was a non-negotiable change we had to address, especially with all the new additions, larger caves, more crystals, more systems, and more visuals. We simply can't introduce these new things without first fixing our previous glaring performance issues. Our biggest real-world win comes from our custom visual culling system. We log and manage an enormous amount of instances, but we only render what the player actually needs. Right now, we're actively culling on average 85% out of a total 170,000 logged instances, leaving only about 15% visible to the player at any given moment. And we're not just culling tiny stuff. The biggest hitters we target are lights, particles, beams, and specific high poly meshes. The things that actually destroy performance if and when you leave them scattered around your game. As a fun extra, the VEC Event Center is currently running our visual culling system too. So the performance improvements you're seeing in here are partially powered by our visual culling system. However, we do not want to overshadow the creative team's insane efforts in improving performance in general. The visual culler is only one small cog in a large wheel made by the members of the creative team this year to help improve the overall performance of the game. But culling is only half of it, because even efficient games rendering-wise can still suffer if tasks and scripts writing are involved. So we built our own custom task scheduler, which lets us throttle and budget tasks. So instead of random lag spikes, we control the workload per frame. And that's how we keep the client experience consistent, so players can remain at least a constant FPS of 60, instead of bouncing between smooth and slideshow, depending on what loads in. Our culling system works hand in hand with this custom task scheduler to bring up the FPS. We've also implemented a dynamic loading system for active spinning elements called Spinny, patent pending. We're only rendering and updating them when we need them. If it's not relevant to your client, you won't be bothered by it performance-wise. And the results certainly reflect that. We've determined on average a 23% increase seen through several devices, both on the low end and the high end. a 32% increase in the 1% lows, and a staggering 104% increase in the 0.1% lows. Now, the 23% average might seem low. However, the 1% and 0.1% lows are where the majority of improvements are, eliminating stutters, frame drops, and giving you a smoother experience overall. We've also tested these FPS averages through multiple areas on multiple devices, and these are the findings. This slide is important because it shows we haven't just cherry-picked a single location. We've tested and logged these statistics across several locations throughout BlackSite. We've collected 301 raw entries from ourselves and our testers, and the uplift is consistent. Performance increased across all areas, not just one. That's how we know it's systematic improvements in culling, scheduling, and smarter rendering all working together. However, stability isn't just FPS, it's also reliability on the backend, especially with player data. We've migrated our player data to PlayFab, allowing safe, live data. Additionally, we've implemented a request module to ensure player data requests are always priority 1. This new data system supports the complex new player data sets BlackSite uses, while also preventing data loss. We've got your data covered. And we use PlayFab because it's proven. It's used in major titles like Sea of Thieves, Rainbow Six Siege, Minecraft, and even Halo. Notably, Roblox themselves uses PlayFab too. They use it for live player data handling, like your friends list, messages, Robux, avatar items, and way more. For us, it's joining the big leagues in data management, and it supports the kind of complex data BlackSite needs going forward. With all that being said, let's get into questions from the audience.
Ask anything design, lore direction, what's changing, what's staying, whatever you want clarity on in the Discord QA channel.
And if you have a technical question, I'm sure I can provide an answer.
Hold on, I'm just looking for the channel. Just give me a second.
What? Oh, in front of you?
It's 2020 all over again.
How the fuck did that even happen? Yeah, Zach, I learned how to parallel park today. That's barely. Bro, how cold do you set your house?
Epic. See how I knew
How do we
Epic?
train you? Didn't set up your auto clicker.
Is that my problem? Epic.
What?
This is probably gonna go into this game.
What? Also train.